Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage Hand Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by R. Talsorian Games. R. Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut.
Good evening. Good evening. Tonight we're going to talk about hope. The world of darkness is a dark place, both literally and figuratively. Hope is a light best reserved for the fool and the naive. This world eats dreamers and spits their rotten carcasses back as a warning to those who would dare bring a flicker of light to others. In this world, you brace for the worst, prepare for the worst. And yet, hope shines still. Of all the creatures that stalk the night, it is perhaps the kindred. In the kindred, that it shines the brightest. Look at Golconda, the myth that vampires can be saved. Even those who wallow in their basest instincts and given freely to the beasts, in a way, also hope. Hope that this unlifestyle will save them from oblivion. The Ivory Tower hopes that theirs is the truest way, that the Sabbat's delusions about the return of the antediluvians are nothing but that. Illusions. Kindred of all walks of unlife. They hope to rise the next night. They hope to exist for centuries. Our coterie tonight hopes that the tunnels under Montreal will not become their tomb. But in this world, hope is for the fool and the naive. I'm Simon at Wandering DM, and I will be your storyteller for tonight. Now let's get on with our story, shall we? Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is episode 2 of our 5th season of Montreal by Night. I have a wonderful cast of soon-to-be dead players. I'll let them introduce themselves. I should say player of character, soon-to-be dead characters. The players themselves are fine. Or are they? On that note, let's pass the mic around, introduce yourselves, tell us who you are. And before we kick off the night, what do you expect to find tonight? Start with Pope.
Can I just say that chocolate you sent us all that said, drink me, eat me chocolate with bitter almond taste, that's not poisoned, right? That was just a gift to us as players?
No, the fact that I listened to a podcast about people poisoning Nazis by glazing their bread with arsenic has nothing to do with...
the bread you sent us.
Yeah. No.
See, I didn't get it. Okay. Bella decided that it was not good for anybody and just punted it into the world. And if my dog says it's not good for anybody, therefore it must not be good.
You expect anything to actually arrive on time in Florida?
It's gonna be melted by that time. It's just gonna be like a congealed sludge. But
oh, it's worse than you think.
Yes, there is like a weird gap tonight, by the way, players in chat. I do not know why. My internet is a bit jittery. I haven't changed anything in my settings. There's normally like a standard 5 seconds, I think, that I have. But it feels like it's a bit longer right now, so.
Same.
Twitch likes to get twitchy.
Yeah. So, Pope, who are you? Who are you playing tonight? And what do you expect to find down underground?
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets, playing Arthur Porter. Both of us use he, him pronouns, and things I'm expecting to find underground. Let's see here. There has to be at least a trap. Filth. So much filth. And regrettable yet surprising.
Okay. That's good. Deirdre.
Oh, hey, everybody. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome, everybody. I am here for all of the fun. I get to play Flory, your friendly neighborhood Ravnos, for whom it is not my fault whatsoever anything that is currently going on. And in fact, it is entirely not that nothing will be happening. And if you say, you're saying what I'm looking forward to finding down there, Patrick Payne playing Hades. Way down in the underground. And if you get that reference, we are friends.
Another
reference I didn't get. I'm sorry.
I'm Trooper SJP, and I'll be playing Dixon, your Bruja, actually in a Sable. And what do I expect to find underground? I expect to find that band that only I know that you don't know because they're just so underground that they haven't made it yet. And I'm also expecting to find, let's see, what else would I find underground? Tunnels. I'm finding, some artist who does like something, experimental painting. You wouldn't know them. They're too underground. And for our
Wow,
camp,
no.
rust monsters, usually find a rust monster or two underground. Magic mouth. Sewage. That's me.
Well then, let's jump back to where we were last time. And we'll in fact start with two kindred that went all the way up the mountain, who now go all the way down. If I recall correctly, the tunnel that you are in lets you move one after the other, but I don't think last time we established at the end of our episode who's in front and who's got the rear.
We did establish the rear. We didn't establish the front. I'm up front. The rear is our
That's true.
brand new Bruja friend.
Yeah.
Associate.
And I think Flory's kind of that sifting position of in close to the front if necessary, but also close to the back, so that I can just reach out and grab the Bruja and stop her from touching something
Like
that she's not
within
supposed to touch. There if Artie needs assistance, but also they're going, don't touch that. Also, just don't do any of that.
You march in that man-made tunnel for a while. Eventually, it begins to slope down gently before reaching a concrete staircase. There's no railing to it. It's very not OSHA compliant. But it is sort of a almost spiral staircase for a bit. There's an enormous, basically, pit in the middle. It's a pit, yes, but an average-sized person could have their feet on one end and their hands on another if they were to like stretch. So it's a tight, squarely spiral.
Yeah.
I have a very, very nerdy question.
Yes.
And this is a question that I can understand, possibly not knowing the answer. Is this a traditional spiral staircase where it turns to the right? Or
It
is
actually
this
turns to the left.
very important thing to know? Thank you. Flory will make sure that the Bruja is on her left.
It's a gangrel.
Gangrel, sorry. Why did I say Bruja? I knew that I have it in my
Everyone
notes.
said Bruja tonight, and I'm like,
Hey,
No, she's
Bruja's
a
on the
gang-
mind.
Our Bruja is on the mind. Sorry. No, she's gonna make sure that the gangrel is on her left, going down, and tell her, because the draw will be tight quarters, and if necessary, have to pay attention to that.
I remember you had a headlight
Yes, headlamp.
and headlamp. not
And
headlight.
the light camel pack size backpack full
Mhm.
of various thieves' tools
Um,
and the gun. and the knife.
Yeah, no, I was more interested in light and who can see. I think, Arthur, you also had like the big mag light.
I have right now. It's the small. I'm not using the big mag light.
Yeah,
We
no, 'cause
haven't
it's the one
gotten
you put in your
into.
mouth when you went down. Yeah.
No, the big mag light is once we get to the bottom. Or if we end up with something that is human-sized, because vampiric strength plus a traditional heavy mag light is an incredible club.
Helps. Yeah. Well, you do not find anything human size near the halfway point of the stairs, but you do find something left by Kine behind. A warning sign. Well, a warning sign. It's more informative than anything. Caution, steep stairs, and it's written, emergency exit A3. The sign is old. We're talking, it's an aluminum sign, so it's, we say old, but it's not 100 years old or anything. Bolted to the wall. It's yellow, written in black on it, with like the little like danger bars on top and the bottom.
But fun architectural fact. You can tell most likely when the sign was installed based on the kind of bolts that were used.
It's gonna require you an easy check, but still.
Would you like a technology check?
Yes. Sorry, I like blanked out for a second. If you can give me int and tech. Oh wow, I was actually
just not coming up to that.
Well,
I don't know.
Judging by the sign and all that, you figure it's
70s,
20th century at some point for sure.
Okay.
It's written in French, if that helps. And it is placed pretty much square in like the middle, like the halfway point of that staircase.
Just based on standard history, I'm guessing this is 60s or 70s.
Probably.
If it was the 80s, they prefer what I like to refer to as the military grade bolts, which are about the size of your thumb. Mm-hmm. Anything before the 80s, and then once you hit 92, like they're smaller. The 92 on forward is what I like to refer to as the I say so bolts, because you need something proprietary in order to twist them, turn them in or out.
Once you're by that sign, if you shine down the rest of the pit, which by the way is roughly that staircase, from what you've counted so far, you've gone down between 8 and 10 stories.
Okay.
So it's a rather cardio heavy emergency exit for those that have a heartbeat. But if you shine your light down halfway through, you will notice something human left behind. Left behind probably a long while ago. There's a corpse down there.
Oh.
Probably more skeleton than a corpse.
Is it still juicy?
No, it's more skeleton than anything.
I give you that soft layup and you don't even recognize that quote.
Nope.
Everyone in the comments, judge Simon for that one.
But yeah, covered in layers of dusty clothes at this point. They're probably, from where you are, they could be sheets, not quite certain.
Nope.
But that
Sorry,
person-
putrefaction would have done terrible things to any of the clothing.
Well, if it
And-
was natural fibers.
That person is, well, whatever bones haven't snapped from their articulations, not in any position that would be comfortable for a living kind.
How far away is this dead body?
About like 6 stories down still.
Is there any visible remains of the head? Or can I tell just from the looking down if the angle of it looks like the neck was broken?
There is a head, there's a skull. Clearly. Like, let's say the skull is here. And like the chest is about here in a, I would say, what is it, like 270-degree angle?
Yeah, so that was not natural. That was not comfortable for whoever did that.
And with your light, you also notice, so there's like the hole where that person probably fell. But there's a steel door across the way, which is where the staircase will lead you eventually. It's one of those, fireproof, kind of solid door. It's got a steel like latch to it that you can just.
So from my understanding, there's a spiral staircase going down, and then there's this hole that we can look down where we know where the spiral staircase will end, but we're not looking down the spiral staircase to see this body. We can see the body through the hole.
Yeah, if you look down, basically if you look down to your left, you see the body in at the bottom of the hole.
Okay.
The hole is, the staircase.
The channel for the staircase. You can see it at the bottom. Okay. Thank you. That was So are we doing this the hard way, the easy way, or the fun way?
Let's just take things slowly. Then use what collapsible umbrellas are actually useful for, which is poking at things.
And she'll like kind of lean at the railing, or there is no railing, you said?
There is no railing.
No railing.
She'll kind of
That
lean.
person
Look.
might not have died had there been railings.
Yeah, you never know. She's like looking at us like, well, that's fair. Gangrel, don't die. Or if you're going to fall, don't pull any of the rest of us with you.
I can survive that drop. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Don't grab any of the rest of us on the way down, though.
No, I assume you're softer than I am.
Don't make any assumptions like that. As she adjusts, and then just kind of subtly, intentionally, and this is probably when you realize this is the first time other than her speaking that she makes a sound, shakes the bag she's carrying and puts it back on her shoulder as it clatters with lots of sounds.
It echoes in the chute, basically. You hear the little scratching of tiny claws just running away after you've made that noise.
Love doing that.
Well, let's go and say hi to Harvey. As we
Wait, we're bringing a 6-foot-tall humanoid purple rabbit?
No, that's obviously Harvey's pal right there.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I didn't think he looked like Jimmy Stewart, but you never know.
Down at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say much about that person. There's a little bit more to say about the door, though. Like I said,
All right.
it looks like a steel door and everything, the latch, yada yada. But
Yeah.
now that you're in front of it, you can see that someone scratched a warning into it. Etched it either with a key, a nail, something.
All
Do
right.
not open.
I'm guessing this looks like old scratching, or is this something newer?
You figure it's probably newer than the sign upstairs,
Okay, so
but not brand new.
most likely the 90s. Got it.
What side are the hinges on?
In this case, the door opens towards the stairs.
Okay.
When you're at
So
the
the
bottom, you basically, when the door opens, it'll kind of force you to back away a bit.
So
like closer
hinges
to the
are on this
body of the
side.
guy.
Hinges,
Yeah, the
are
hinges
on
are
our
on your
side.
side.
Yeah.
When you're leaving, you're supposed to, if you want to leave by the emergency exit, you just leave. Thing is normally, if there had to be a latch, it wouldn't be on the outside of where you have to leave.
That's okay.
Well, don't see any funky sigils anywhere around here, so let's just try and open the door.
Want to make an awareness check for that?
I do. I also, again, I would like to reiterate for the GM that I still have sense beast up the entire way.
So far, so good. I mean, save for, you know that you're surrounded by 2 other kindred.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. Awareness.
Go with either resolve or intelligence, whichever is higher.
Let's go with resolve.
Assuming that you take, your time to really look.
I'm going with intelligence. 3 successes.
3 for you.
5.
That's good. No sigils, thankfully. But with 3 successes and 5, both of you would be able to pinpoint the the time at which this was scratch.
Mm-hmm.
It was scratch there before the Night of Ashes. Another thing that you notice, Arthur, with 5 successes is as sort of mixed in with the rust. Some of the patches are a little off-colored. It could just look like rust normally. It's blood. It's like little specks of very dry blood that basically just clung to bits of, where the door kind of rusted.
Yeah. Well,
kind of uneven.
Pal here impacted roughly, there would be splatter. All right, well, let's see what's on the other side and try the door.
It's easy enough to lift the latch, open the door itself has some weight to it, and also the weight of time. But it's not something that would require superhuman strength. Just a bit of a huff. You get the door open. It makes a grinding, grating sound as you open it. And it echoes throughout this room and the room beyond that looks very wide from what you can see. Large, spacious, empty. You can see to so once you've opened the door, with your flashlight, if you look, assuming that in front of you is north, I would say this is northeast. So you're like 2 o'clock. Sort of 2 o'clock. Rails from a railroad come out of a tunnel that seems to be way farther, and they end here.
I'm going to have another nerdy question.
Hmm?
That I and probably the bank robber would also ask this very important nerdy question because, you know, we'd rob things. What are the gauge on the tracks?
You are way too far to see anything about the tracks, save that there are tracks.
Oh, okay. Then I
It's
thought they
like
were
I
closer.
said,
My opponent.
No.
No.
The room here is about 4 times the size of a full high school gymnasium.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, we're talking.
We
huge.
It's a football field.
we see the railroad ties. It's fine.
Yeah.
But we don't necessarily see the gauge of the rail itself or the size of the ties being used.
No, not unless you go forward, like closer. But I have a few more things to describe
No.
first.
I misheard you. I thought the where the railroad ended was closer to the door that we just opened. That was my misunderstanding.
No, that's fine. To your 10-ish o'clock from the door.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's say 9 o'clock, 9:10. The room ends in unfinished stone. You can see a lot of debris, mostly rocks, like a landslide occurred. And like a sizable hole, like I'm talking the size of a truck almost. That's sort of to the top.
I have another construction-based question. Because again, you're dealing with folks that know about subway systems. Is this a borehole, or is this a collapse? This is a borehole. Okay,
this is an unfinished borehole.
got it.
And a vital to go with that borehole question: is this a borehole? Is the debris a borehole dump, or is this a breakthrough?
They were breaking through and then stopped.
Okay.
So the debris that's there has been pushed through from the other side of that hole versus being shunted off.
They were boring from this side.
Okay.
So that's the waste dump rather than the puncture dump.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I was trying to determine. Okay. Thank you.
There are no like construction equipment that you can see, no big drills, none of that, like no bulldozers, even if they would be old, there's none of this. With if you look up with the flashlights, you would see that there's some sort of electrical wiring that was done at some point, but there are no light bulbs anywhere. The fixtures are there, but the bulbs themselves have been removed.
This area is unfinished. Got it.
Yeah, the ceiling is held by these massive I-beams that have been sort of propped up and then welded to others. It's solid because otherwise there would have been a landslide ages ago probably. But it looks like a kind of a botched job.
Well, if you're using an I-beam to support the ceiling, it's a really bad job.
Yeah, this looks like earlier construction where somebody was skimming.
And Flory will turn to Artie and say, "You know that they're fucked. They're using an I-beam as a column."
Yeah, again, somebody was skimming. The money ran out because somebody was skimming.
Fair.
And then probably, I would guess the city would have caught on, and then there would have been an investigation. Because that is a lot of taxpayer dollars in somebody's pocket.
So, are we going with the railroad ties to hell? Or the hole in the wall?
More likely the hole in the wall. Because if that goes where I think it goes, because that's east. We want to go.
If you, well, if you want to like orient yourself with, because I said east just because of for ease of reference, but if you want to know
within
the
the
true,
space.
yeah, if you want to know the true directions, do you have any points in survival?
Give me a sec.
Survive.
You have like 2 dots in survival. It's I'm not gonna ask.
Yeah,
you
I
to
do.
roll.
I
Yeah,
do.
so
Same.
you can more or less like remember where you
Or
were facing going in.
Can I pull out the compass from the bag?
Oh, that will help, obviously. It's
I mean-
going mostly south. I would say southeast
Okay.
is where the tunnel where the rails are coming out, right? I mean,
Yeah.
unless it doesn't go in a straight line, whatever. And the other one would be on the opposite side almost, so we're talking north. Now, from where
Based-
you are, normally Dorchester Square would be following those railroads, those rails.
All right.
But, you know, who knows how they did their thing?
Well, if that's where they're headed, that's where the ritual happened. So might as well follow the rails at that point.
Wait, no, you said Dorchester Square is to the right, is to the east, is what south. Okay. So
you... By the way, the tunnel is wide enough that all 3 of you can walk side by side if you want.
Yeah.
Of course.
as we get closer, do we see the gauge on the rails?
Yes, they are standard gauges.
Yeah, okay, that's not as easy as it makes it sound. Is it minecart gauge? Is it cart gauge?
No, we're talking train gauge.
We're talking train gauge. Now, are you talking freight gauge or are we talking passenger gauge? Also, an American or Canadian.
In this case, I have the list here.
Mm-hmm.
And it is for a tramway.
Okay.
There we go. Because that's actually narrower than a standard train gauge for a tramway.
2 parallel standard gauge tracks at 2400 VDC.
All right. And is there a third rail?
Yeah, that's also a very important question.
At that point in version of the World of Darkness, no.
All right.
The rails that you see here, well, some might have been looted, but they're not all connected.
No. We're asking if there are, because you have the 2 rails plus the ties in the middle. Is there a rail running along the outside edge?
No.
Okay, cool. Then we're not going to get electrocuted.
No. It is. You look at it and it is unfinished.
Okay.
Literally, they just started putting things in there before they left.
I just making sure.
Lack of electrocution is important. Also,
IRL, it is an electrical train that goes through there.
Yeah, I was just going. If we run into something particularly nasty, hit them towards that.
There are railway spikes. We can use those anyways.
Again, Arthur may not be entirely inspired just by vampires. There may be a little bit of Hellboy in them. So environmental awareness is key.
But yeah, it looks
you said
also.
You said that there's also that they're incomplete, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna take 2 of the ties.
It's a tie. What does it look?
So the tie is the wooden piece that goes in between the 2 rails.
Oh, yeah.
They hefty.
In some places they are missing.
Yeah, but I just want to take 2.
But there's you definitely some are just laying on the side there.
And she's gonna hand one to our gang girlfriend.
Aaron goes, what for?
In case you need to make sure that nobody moves permanently.
Oh, I don't need weapons.
No, sometimes you need to stake them so that we can talk to them after the fact. We don't want them too dead.
That's not a
I
stake.
don't know a single kindred whose heart's that big.
You'd be surprised. Also, blunt force trauma to the face.
Again,
I'll just.
but-
She takes it and she puts it in one of the duffel bags, and she's like, "I'll just put it right there then."
Yeah.
Um,
And Flory is literally going to take the one in her hand and just slam half of it against the wall to get a sharp edge.
can you give me a strength athletics?
Mm-hmm.
2 successes, of course.
She's not expecting to break the whole thing. She just wants a
No. It's going to.
0 successes.
Heck.
That's
Yeah,
a
I'm
strong
not gonna-
tie.
Yeah, it's a strong die.
Here, I'll try.
I'm just gonna.
No, I'm just doing it just to see whether or not I broke the entire building.
No, not the building. It's for my own edification.
Yeah. Flory is not strong.
It does break. It does break.
Yeah.
Like one way or another, it breaks.
Yes, and I agree with Trooper. Dixon would have carved it into a very nice steak. But, use what you have.
You would notice that the space for the second rail
Mhm.
has been marked out.
Mhm.
Nothing has been put in.
Okay.
And as
Okay.
you walk following those rails, it takes about close to a half hour before you start seeing that second pair of rails.
Okay.
And the more you progress down the tunnel, the more you start to see broken digging equipment. Most of which has been tagged by, people, kind, hooligans. Some of those tags, though, they look somewhat familiar to Arthur.
That same draconic symbol.
Nah, not the draconic symbol, but more like signs that you saw in, not related to Val, in Florida. Of like packs marking either their
Okay.
territories or
It-
warnings to others.
Okay, we're using Sabat symbols. Got it.
Yep. They're not
In the
super well tagged, but you could like decipher them if you needed.
I'm going to take a moment because I just want to get an idea of. Again, this is at the edge of the territory. In that case, if we're seeing all these tags, and if that's the case, this was stuff that was. If they were the low man on the totem pole, if they were like the lower ones amongst the locale, I'm going to find their tags here. And I'm more interested in the ones that look the most recent, so I have a better idea of if I'm going to find somebody that was at the fringes of the ritual and may have survived. It's probably those that were the lower end of the totem pole.
What you have here. Oh, that's the one. So you see a repetition often enough of the numbers 25 and 17. Or anything else, could you give me a roll of Intel Occult?
Does my specialty in Zim apply?
Tangentially, yes, because of those symbols are most often repeated by one of the 3 Sabat clans anyway.
Messy crit.
All right. We'll go into the consequence of the messy crit after, because I need to open up my PDF. But
7 successes.
yeah. Pope, out of game. 2517. Does that tell you anything?
Unfortunately, there's too many things where those numbers are actually important. I need you to narrow it down.
Strictly vampire related. But it is the
I'm
name...
also telling you,
Okay.
there's too many numbers associated, things associated with those numbers.
You
like,
remember that it is the name of a somewhat known pack, even in... Actually, not even a pack, it's a coven.
Okay, we're dealing with covens now?
Well, that's what you get with your messy critical, right?
Yeah.
It's a coven that was known in the, let's say, northeastern United States.
All right.
And eastern Canada. The members that you remember were all... Like, the coven itself was comprised of only Black Hand members. The 2517, yes.
There's 2 Black Hand.
Not the true Black Hand. Just the Black Hand.
Okay.
It's just, elite Sabbat, if you would. Not
the guys that like to toot their own horns. Got it.
Yeah. And from what you remember of those symbols, because there's more than the 2517, right? They were vowing revenge for the final death of one of their members.
All right.
They don't say who, but it's, along the lines of, if you fuck with the 2517, we'll fuck with you. But it's more in images, not words.
Again,
per se.
It's you have to be a member of the club in order to speak the language, and so this is tagging. So they suspected that somebody within the Sabbat was the one that's responsible.
Good enough chances. And one more thing before we go into what the messy crit gave you. Each member of the 2517, whereas many Black Hands are just going to be all huffs and nothing else, they were only, let's say, skilled warriors.
I have a question then. Yeah. Hello, folks. We're getting into Sabbat stuff. I do not apologize. If they are known warriors, in that case, I have a few questions. One, were these known warriors due to crusading, or were these known warriors due to dueling?
From the 2517, I would say a bit of both. Okay, you got a messy crit, right? There's 4 members in the 2517. Okay. If one died, there's 3 left. In their original, let's say their original numbers, because we don't know who disappeared or not, one of them was the type to do.
Okay.
The type that you would call upon to be your champion if need be. God, his nickname is so fucking edgy. But you would know him by his nickname, the Dark Angel.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's so fucking many of those.
I know,
and
right?
Usually they die on a Tuesday.
Unless, of course, they get busy calibrating a gun system on a spaceship.
Except this one. This one has... Like, there's one Dark Angel that you know, at least until the Night of Ashes, was still kicking around.
Okay, and...
A former... Basically a Banu Hakimenti tribute.
Oh. Tangential question. Because, again,
Yes, I
that
would say
particular...
the other three are mostly Crusaders,
Okay,
from what you know.
cool. So we have a duelist, and we have 3 Crusaders. Now,
Mhm.
when it came to the Crusaders, were any of them accordists? Any of these?
Accordist?
Holding themselves to a standard of honorable combat.
I have that somewhere. Give me a sec.
Because if one of them is down here and I can talk to them, I know how to talk to them. They can be easily reasoned with.
Yes, actually. To some extent, what you know about the 2517 pack is they sort of campaigned around New York, Boston, these areas,
Yeah.
eventually abandoning every project that they had and went back to Montreal, and then, well, you know, Night of Ashes, who fucking knows. Of course, there's like almost like a decade in between. So
yeah,
they came to Montreal. They stayed in Montreal. We don't know exactly what happened to them here. They stopped making waves. But yeah, their Ductus was a very rare breed of ministry. If you remember the Serpents of the Light.
Yeah, I know. I know them quite well, and they usually end up being duck-die.
But yeah. And rumors had it that he had ties to the Sabbat Inquisition. And that probably his entire pack was like on the payroll of the Inquisition.
I have a feeling I know why they dropped everything. They were recalled. At least that's my going theory. So, all right, a couple of, hitters. One who is a duelist, someone that you would call as a second. And then 3 Crusaders, probably one of them amongst them at least paladin quality. Got it.
But now we have to move on to the effects of the Messicrit itself.
Oh, yes.
You learn all of this looking at these things, and there's a sudden revulsion coming from deep within you. They were probably called back to Montreal to set the stage for whatever Val had in mind. It, like, deep in your guts, even the beast knows that it wasn't the Inquisition that called them here. It was, like, for whatever nefarious plan that she had. And it wouldn't be surprising for her to, ward whatever it is that she's doing here with powerful killers.
Go with me on a trip, if you will.
Yep.
Because the wonderful thing about playing someone who's paranoid is you can just indulge in your own narcissistic paranoia. And I would like to do that here, especially with this Messicrit. Because one doesn't get to live with the title Dark Angel if it wasn't given to you by somebody else. And so I am now picturing this, Banu Hakim of this coven, who is a duelist. And in my jumbled memory, I am going to attribute this name and this individual directly with my sire, saying that they were a favorite of hers. And yes, there is a burning hatred that is a heady mix of both, fear, jealousy, anger, all just wrapped up now. And so Arthur's going to be incredibly just on edge. I can't decide if I want to kill all these fuckers or if I want to run from these fuckers. I don't know yet.
Well, there are actions that need to be taken when you roll a messy crit.
Oh, yeah.
But for now, I'm going to keep those just floating here in my pocket because it's all linked.
Please.
And something will happen that will warrant, the consequences of a messy crit. Right now, it's just, slowly being brought to a boil. Erin will just pipe up after you've been staring at these for a while and just go, you, overtaken by the beauty of paint?
No, pup. I am reading the signs. Right now, this is a signpost of a bunch of professional killers.
Hey, I take that as offense.
She starts looking around, lowers her voice. Think they're around here? We stepped in a haven?
No, this is old enough, but this is specific tagging that makes it so that those that are looking know that they're here. And if it's this far out, it means that if somebody survived down there and isn't a fucking white, it's one of these fucks.
Oh, I get to kill more people.
No, this is not a guarantee kill. This may be a run. We're dealing with 3 crusaders, one at least a paladin quality, and Banu Hakim, a duelist.
Okay, so this could go either way.
If it's the duelist I think it is, you get one shot and that's it.
That's why I would like to remind you that paid killers only should need one shot. But that is a wholly separate issue.
No, just be... He pauses, reaches into his duffel bag, grabs another of the smaller mag lights, hands it off to our young pup. I know you probably don't need this, but trust me when I say, if we do run into all of them and things go badly, the thing that you want to do and you want to do real fast is take that light from completely dark to immediately on, right in their eyes. That will buy you enough time for you to get away.
Gonna need a bit more info on that. Dealing with someone who it's preferable for me to blind them than to fight them?
If I am running in your direction, you do not want to fight whatever it is I am running from. And if the last thing that you hear echoing in these halls is a voice that's saying, run, there is a good, I would say, 70% chance that the thing that you're going to be running from is going to be shadows that have eyes. You hit them with the brights and then you run.
La Sombra.
No, a pack. You think La Sombra, but they all could have obtenebration. It's not just one. If they're a true pack, they all shared in each other's powers.
I also all, share in each other's blood. It's very incestuous.
It's also
You
very
two
useful.
seem to know a lot about the Sabbat.
I was one. I got better.
I just kill them for profit. Occasionally for fun, but mostly for profit.
I like her answer better than yours. But I guess a deal is a deal.
I'm honest.
I said I would.
And I'm not
Get to
trying
the
to get you
door.
killed. Yep. Let's go and see if we can't find that pesky thing at the end of this road.
I will ask one of you. You choose one of you to roll a single d10.
Not it.
Fine, I'll roll it. I will roll a d10. 2.
Cool.
That's either really good or really bad. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. But before we see, we're gonna move on to you way away on the island. There's another group of kindred crawling to a different. After you've stepped under the stage of this exterior amphitheater and located the sort of concealed hatch that threw you down into the dark, Dixon, you and Antonio have to crawl on your hands and knees across this tunnel. I would like to know, do you go first? You let Antonio
Yes.
go first. You go? Alright. Antonio will say, I will guide you from here. I forgot to bring a flashlight.
I handed my flashlight. I have one.
Maybe you should take it because you're in front.
Might be better if you hold it in case something jumps out. Then I don't have anything in my hands, you know.
Okay, I'll try not to just shine your butt. And like, there's not a lot of light that makes it sort of like to in front of you as he just crawls and tries to keep it level, but it just sways up and down, left and right.
I will low crawl to give him sort of what do you call it? Clearance for the flashlight. Dixon is fit.
Yeah. You make it to a fork after maybe like 20-ish minutes. It's long and grueling, and nothing in this tunnel has given you any impression so far that it goes anywhere or that you are on the right track.
Well,
when you get
I have
to
a
the
question.
yeah.
It says to Antonio.
Okay.
So, I'm not 100% clear on some of the logistics. So, all I know is that there was some underground places where the Sabbat had their church and their temple and their books and their libraries and
The Temple
all
of
of this
Eternal
and-
Whispers, yeah.
right? And I guess that's where all of the big bishops,
No,
cardinals?
it's where everyone hung out.
Do they live there?
Some people lived in places around it, especially those who used the library the most often. It's just more convenient. There were quite a few Nosferatu who lived some ways away, just so that they would never have to go out. I think
Right.
some of them never went topside. There are other rooms in the temple. It's not like a church, you know. It's not a real church. It's kind of built like one, but it's underground, so things are strangely placed.
But we're not
But-
there, right?
Oh, we're far from there.
I mean, no, I suppose I'm trying to understand how all these things are connected. So there's that place, which is where Caleb's trying to go.
Yeah.
And then there's just the regular sewer systems where some people still live and where the whites are. And then there's this place. So these places are not connected. I don't quite get.
In a way they are. We're just using, say, the back door to get to Hetty's place, but it's more convoluted than that. There's no real path from the sanctum to the temple. You would have to at some point come
Wait,
out in
the what? Wait.
Oh, that's just the name that Hetty gave her haven.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was some sort of Sabbat thing. The sanctum was a thing, and the
No, it's
the
just
temple.
the name that she gave it. I guess
Okay.
haven works just fine, but from her place to elsewhere, I mean, you can, maybe could, because I don't know if things changed, but theoretically, you could leave from the sanctum and reach the temple without ever needing to come out on the surface. But
Right.
it's convoluted. You have to, for instance, the other entrance that I would take, so I don't have to crawl here, was through, it's an old water filtering place. It goes back centuries. There's a building on the surface, but most of the installation is underground, and from there you can just hop in the drain. It leads you to the aqueduct, the old one, and then you can make your way and eventually get to a tunnel kind of like this that was dug out. That will lead to, it's just bigger, you can actually walk, and that leads to the sanctum. But then from that aqueduct, you can probably make your way, exit to like the more modern one, and then hop your way to the sewers, and then just keep going, and eventually you can. It's a system, but it takes much longer than just walking on the street.
Yeah, but I there's something I don't quite understand.
Hmm?
So I got this sense. I've never been underground like this. I mean, in this sort of place. But I got this sense that there was like one underground place and a different underground place. Like I was in the sewers, and that's not this place. And there have been whites popping out of the sewers, which also seems to be not this place.
No, they would have to make one hell of a detour to get here.
Okay. But it also seems like it's probably not the temple either. It seems like the
No, they're
temple and
probably
this-
look, from what I know of whites, and I don't know a whole lot. Hetty knows a whole lot, but they go where the food is. if there's nothing, they'll probably go from rat to maybe, you know, homeless people living in the sewers or something. I remember there were stories about like a whole group of people like that, and then eventually they probably smell kine from like a lid, and that's where they came out.
Yeah.
Just
So
without any sustenance, they, like any one of us, it's just torpor.
yeah, my understanding is that there's a pack of them, or quite a few of them, roaming about in the sewers, which is not the temple.
No, they could have
And
escaped the temple. I mean, depending on who they were.
right. So you know how Caleb has been trying to get in. He didn't know where an entrance was, he said. He's been trying to get in. Everybody wants
yeah.
everybody wants people to get in here somehow. Find suspicious, but he's been around all this time, right? So him not knowing how to, he's been here for a while, longer than I have.
Yes, but he wasn't there during the Sabbat years, or most of them. He sort of got in near the end.
Let me ask you a question. There are a lot of people who still live here who know the way down. How come he didn't ask them? Or maybe he did, but they didn't tell. What's up with it?
You're the only one I told about this place.
No, but he could have asked Yuma. He could have asked
but all of the known entrances, those that were, let's say, public knowledge, and then those that were semi-secret, those, they were collapsed, they were blocked, they were trapped, watched. We can't go through there, and I mean, all of them now, physically, you would need machinery, because even with someone with, super strength, it would take too long. And the Inquisition would probably realize that something was up.
So, I'm going to tell you some information, right?
Okay.
Because we're friends.
Yeah?
You know, there is a door over there on Dorchester Square.
Yeah. Yeah, the one in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's being guarded.
If memory serves, it's not so much guarded. There's a Balwa, I think, is the one that left a warning. That door leads to a trap. You don't want to go in through that way. It was one of those places that we know if we go in, chances are no one's going to be able to avoid collapsing everything in.
Do you know there's the ministry, you call it, right?
I know what they are. I mean, it's a plan like others.
Right. But there's somebody who lives here.
Maybe.
I haven't met with him.
I haven't either. I don't know why you're grilling me about that.
No. He's watching that door. I didn't know if you knew him.
No, it might be like if it's someone that's not aware of what it is. I don't think
I
Valois
think
ever
he's
told
aware.
anyone.
I think he's aware of what that door is. He's been watching it for at least a year.
No, but what I mean, does he know that it's not going to lead to anything but final death?
Probably. But more importantly, he's been interested in who's been at the door, who's been around there.
Like the people? Like the kindred? Like
Yeah,
he's making a list?
yeah. Who's tried to get in, who hasn't. Anybody who's been by the door.
Huh. Okay. Do you know if he has my name?
Uh,
He shouldn't, but you know, just in case.
no. I don't know if he's actually got the list yet. I, intercepted a bit, But,
Okay.
there's someone with a coat made of faces.
You?
Right. Like I don't know, like a trench coat made of people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
Many, many faces. And this figure tried to get in through that door. Couldn't. And then left.
Yeah, well, like I said, Valois sort of did something to it.
Yeah, I'd heard about this guy with the coat of faces in the sewers, but apparently he'd come out to try to get through that door, but he couldn't. So, it just seems like a lot of people are interested in that door, and I thought I'd let you know about it.
Okay.
Including the weird
um,
coat of faces guy.
you can ask
But none of
Valois
that's going to
what
be connected to this,
I
right?
don't know, but you should ask Valois what he did to it. He can explain more about it. But I know which one you're talking about. It's in like a fenced-in backyard.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
And there's like a lot of
no,
homeless people who are hanging out about there. Unhoused people there. There's a strange mystical sort of vibe there as well.
Yeah, you're not supposed to go through it. I don't know exactly what they set up down there, but Valois basically assured everyone that it's even his blood magic thing can't do anything to whatever it is the first light did there. I thought they were just people from the NSA and like the bounties and such, but they might have magic of their own, I guess. I mean, I've heard things about fate, right? This is, and he like touches this crucifix that some people have, it hurts us, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just left some sort of, I don't know, like surprise for anyone who goes down there, because it was one of the, I'm not gonna say well known, but it was a known side entrance, kind of like the artist's entrance at like a club, right?
Yeah. I just thought I'd give you a bit of a warning, I guess.
Well, that's good. I'm not going to touch that door.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't.
There's not a connection between there and where we are, right?
Like I said, you're gonna have to detour a lot. From the sanctum, reaching the temple underground is, I don't remember, but I think it's a good like 2 or 3 hours. And from the street, it's way less than that.
Hey, do you know two guys, blonde, look like brothers?
Blonde look like brothers.
Yeah.
No, should I? Do I have a twin?
No, I don't know. They tried to open the door.
Wolves? I
don't
don't
know.
keep track of who's who. That you would have to ask someone like
I just
Betty.
I thought maybe you might have, if they were somebody that that you knew from around before or whatever. Just shot in the
No.
dark. Okay.
We're very much
Anyway.
in the dark right now.
Yeah. I just thought I'd let you know that there's something brewing over that way that's probably nothing that we should be involved in, and I just wanted to let you know. Yeah. All right. So we're at a crossroads.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say, you need to go left.
Okay. What's right?
I don't know. When you exit through here, you know, I would come out from this one. I never went in the other one.
Okay.
Like
I had
backtracking.
left. And I do have my my passives up.
Remind me what they are again.
Ancestors Vigilance, which is like Sense the Unseen.
Okay.
Ish. And Lethal Body and Rapid Reflexes.
So you keep crawling in that tunnel, for another about a half hour. Seems to be like a longer than between the entrance to the fort. Unless you have like a no, you don't have a watch on you, right? Check.
He would have a watch. He'd have to put it on when he gets up in the morning.
Yeah.
But he'd have a watch. Yeah.
Then yeah,
It would be a wind up watch.
At this point, you've been in for 55 minutes. And the tunnel has started to expand a little. To the point where you still have to be hands and knees, but there's a little bit more overhead now. And you're creeping, and you hear behind you like the sound of someone pouring gravel, like, but it's kind of way back. You get the echo of it basically. And Antonio goes, "What was that?"
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Did you hear it?
Huh?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it sounded like rocks falling. And you see he starts touching like the ceiling and the walls, which are still, it's whatever, like clay, stone, whatever that makes up the soil of the island.
Like either a wits or intellect craft roll, to sort of think about what that could be in terms of what that sound could have been in terms of like construction. That would be wits or intelligence.
Well, you're good at construction normally, right? And you're good at carpentry. So I would say wits and carpentry. So witscraft and your proficiency applies because it's something that you need carpentry to well, you need someone with carpentry.
4 successes.
That's the sound of a cave-in. And even though the tunnel is small, you realize that there hasn't been any support anywhere. And that You don't think it's just you and Antonio that would have created a cave-in, but it might have, like when you stopped to talk earlier, maybe the vibration of your voice, or maybe it was just, it would have happened, or maybe it's just a tiny part of it that fell.
Does it sound deliberate? I mean, I went through this place. How do I feel about the structural integrity of this place?
The structural, and I'll keep that same result. It's not great. It's not great. You get the feeling now that you're in a part that's slightly bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the entire tunnel used to be that much bigger, and it just began to sunk. Because you've left the park, right? So you are definitely under buildings, complexes, plus like the plumbing, the streets, the everything.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. You know, it's a cool question. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you've got like, let's say you're in a tunnel. This is just like a hypothetical, right? So hypothetically, you're in a tunnel. And let's say hypothetically, there's like a kind of a teeny tiny cave-in that's not going to cause a lot of, let's say, movement of air or vibrations. Now, if there's like a big, like a collapse kind of cave-in, that would like give more, you know,
of a draft. Well, I can tell
more
you
environmental indicators. But I'm just asking, you know,
I can tell you that there's no smoke or dust that wafted your way.
Okay.
But also it's clay and stone. There would be dust, but maybe not the same as like a mine where it's mostly hard stone.
Yeah.
But
was the sound like big loud or like, you know, is it like
the sound, I should have said the sound was big loud. We're talking like
big loud.
You know, like when you're ordering gravel for your like driveway and you have like the truck that brings it and just
so it wasn't like oh, I just dropped it. It was more like a
no, it's more of a section that fell.
Okay.
But probably far enough away that the draft didn't hit you yet.
Yep. Okay, I was just, you know, kind of trying to gauge. I think we're in trouble, or it'll take a bit longer to get out than we thought.
Well, like I said, there's the other place, but at worst, what time is it?
It's been about an hour. I'm just telling you that was a cave-in.
Okay. You're good at digging, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't bring a pickaxe, but we've got time.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no safer place for us to day sleep. No one's going to find us here.
One hopes. I just hope that this happened accidentally, not purposely. To the left?
Oh, you took the left like half an hour ago.
Yeah.
You keep going. And
so while we're going, I'm just gonna be like, I'll just be pointing when I want to check out as we're moving the structural integrity of this space, because I just want to take notes. You know,
sections as you get closer to the sanctum, some sections are definitely damaged. There is one point where you see this like half an inch wide crack in the clay. And it's deep enough that you can like shove a finger in there, like half a finger. It doesn't reach like both ceiling and wall, but it's crawling up on a wall. Andrade, you know, as time goes on, you know, keeps repeating like, oh, we should be there soon. We should get there soon. There's probably another 10 minutes. And he's fairly accurate. You notice that some sections have caved in a little, that forces you to sort of squeeze through to pass, but It's
Clear a little bit if you can, you know. Like if it's like a tight squeeze, I'll try to clear a little so that if we have to leave quickly.
it's a tight squeeze.
You know.
It's definitely a tight squeeze. You're literally spelunking.
Yeah. Like when it gets really tight, I would try to just take a little bit of time to move, just like not clear the whole thing, but clear enough that if we had to
like spread it so that it's
move with a quickness in case we have to hustle, because I don't like that, you know, that thing that happened back there.
A couple times you will get to the sanctum, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But a couple times before you get there, you did hear not a big loud collapse, but like a little, it's a stone falling.
I'm going to listen really hard for a moment. I'm going to just like at a random moment where I just have a stop, and I'm going to listen really hard to see if I can hear any footfalls or the sounds of movement that is not us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wits awareness.
Four
successes. It's not someone that followed you.
Okay.
It's a little after the fact though, but could have been a trap.
Okay.
It could have been that Antonio misremembered and you needed to take the right path. And the left path is the one that somehow at some point triggered a collapse. Because you were still like a half.
Yeah, and we didn't hear any of this until after we got into the left path.
It's after you went through the left path for like a half hour.
Okay. I'm gonna say, you're sure this is the right path, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Why are you asking?
Okay. This path could be trapped. I'm gonna, as we're going, I'm gonna keep an eye out for traps, triggers, you know?
For more traps, yeah.
Yeah, just in case. I don't want to alarm him, you know what I mean? Just keeping my eye out.
You make your way.
And can I add to that 4 wits awareness? Can I add 1 for carpentry?
I mean, yeah, I guess we could, because, you know, you need to support the places, you need where, you know, because you know how to build the supports, you also know where they're supposed to go, right? More or less, at least. I'll say yes.
No, so I still just have the 4.
Okay.
But I'm watching, because now I'm like, oh, I don't like this. But I don't want to openly make Antonio think I don't trust him, you know?
Eventually.
So, or that I think that he's messed up or anything like that.
But he's starting to act a little strange. Like, you don't need to roll to realize that he's not quite as he is normally. But all that to say, the tunnel eventually widens again, and you can exit. There's like these 3 steps made of the same soil material, claystone. At the bottom of the 3 steps is a complete dead end. It just looks a little strange. You have like 3 steps and then a wall.
Is this the place?
Yeah, kind of like the hole earlier. There's a thing. I don't know on this side though where it is. But there's got to be, like, it's gonna look like a, I don't know, something out of place. And he shines with the flashlight all over. At this point, if you go down the 3 steps, you can stand upright.
Um,
Unless you're
I
like,
assume he
6'7", 6'9" or something, yeah.
I assume he goes down in there to start looking, right?
He's behind you.
I take a step onto like, I don't step into the room itself. I step onto like the second step, and I
Mhm.
give him space because he knows where the things are.
Yeah. He's gonna start looking. It might take a little while. Let's see.
And I'm going to watch him and watch the tunnel we came from. You know.
Wrong page. And he starts looking. Wait. And you see sometimes he goes to touch like a part of the wall or like stroke a finger along like the edge of a stone, but he hangs back. He's like, Oh. Oh well, that's not good. Okay, wait.
What?
And you see, like, he's tracing in the air with his hand what appears to be like a spiral. He's like, do you see it?
No.
It's,
Do I?
It's in. You can make another awareness. This time it would be wits and awareness, but not with your.
Yep. 4 again. I'm just getting 4s. It's fine.
It's a very good number. 4 is a good number. He's probably seeing things because of his clan curse. He might just be able to see something that's not there because as much as you try to focus on the wall, it's a wall of stone and clay.
I will note that I do have Ancestors Vigilance up.
Yeah, sense the unseen. Oh no, I forgot to check that. But sense the unseen normally is stuff that was obfuscated.
It's supernatural hiding in plain sight.
Oh, then I'm a dumb. No, you don't need to. You don't need to roll. You see it.
But I do have to roll. If it's hiding, it would be wits aspects I'd have to make.
You can go with wits aspects, but I thought...
Or sorry, resolve aspects if it's something that I'm doing, if I'm actively trying to do it looks like.
Give me a second, I'll let you know that. I need to get to the DC, please.
If the vampire actively searches for hidden supernatural entity, they roll resolve aspects.
Yeah, it's just, need to look at something.
And then it's... if it's not active, wits versus aspects is passive. Resolve versus aspects is active.
Okay, it's a context. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that there, was it a static roll, but it's a contest, so you need to roll wits and aspects.
Okay.
And your difficulty is going to be 3.
Okay. Three.
As you see Antonio move his hand about, you kind of notice that the clay on that wall is slightly wetter for some reason, in a spiral pattern. And the more you focus on it, the more you see it. It's not a complete spiral, it just goes around like twice and a half. Looks almost like a like an Ouroboros type of thing. But he's like, this doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it's what we need to touch, I think.
Can I roll occult
To know what it
to
is.
see if I recognize that symbol?
Yes, and I will give you an extra die. But it's not your specialty. It's for something.
Because so I have two things that might give me extra. I have a specialization, and I also have apocryphal texts.
Neither of those will give you the bonus, but there's a special +1 die that comes from something that I will tell you after. But if you can do
Okay.
int and occult, please.
I will.
And difficulty will
Like maybe
be
I 2.
it's the symbol of clan symmetry. You've seen it
Oh, it's my
sometimes after
buddies.
like hanging out with Arthur for a little while. Like it's a symbol that you've seen before, right? He probably even told you that like this is his clan's crest.
I'm like, wait, isn't that the symbol of Artie's clan?
I don't know what blood he descends from.
Dragons?
And you see Antonio steps back on the steps to look like from a distance. He's like, oh yeah, it kind of looks like oh, hey! He steps off the steps, turns around, and begins to look at the steps themselves. And as he cuts around, there's in like a corner of the between the first step and the floor. You know, there's stone everywhere, there's rocks and pebbles, whatever. But there's one that's like half coming out of the ground. Which, you know, they could have just made the stair finish properly and not have this out. And then he pushes on it and it goes deep. And the deeper it goes, the more you see this outline of a door. The symbol, by the way, would be like dead center of that door. But like there's the outline of a door as the funnel like shakes. Not I was gonna say it's not jackhammer shaking, but it's enough to pry loose those like fine lines around, and kind of like the trapdoor from earlier that was made, you know, half with the material from like the natural stuff. It's probably
wasn't
the same thing.
Wasn't the Canterbury Bishop or whatever also Zemish?
What? Guy who wrote the Canterbury Tales?
No, the guy who's in charge of here, the Sabbat head. The
Oh no, he wasn't. No,
what
that was
he?
a strange thing. He didn't want us to, you know, everyone knew it was like an open secret. But the guy's a blue blood. Or was a blue blood.
That is a what?
Like our current prince, Clan Ventru.
Ventru, okay.
Yeah, normally he should have been, you know, it's rare that they have defectors, but you can see what the ambition of a defector did to this place.
Hey, why is there a symbol from the Dragon Clan here on this door?
Eddie knew a Tsimichi. I thought I told you that. But like there were people.
Tell me about the. Yeah, you told me about the shepherd.
Oh, it's the other one.
Oh.
The other person. I thought I mentioned it. Sorry, it's just you know, she kind of looked normal anyway, but
just Artie said that there was one of his clan down here somewhere.
I don't think it'd be that person. I mean, he could. I don't know what. Did he give you like a description or?
No, he just had a feeling.
Well,
somebody old and ancient, dangerous, I suppose.
Descriptions aren't good anyway with them because they change appearances at will.
Right. Okay. Well.
But
let's
no,
go.
it could just be, you know, she asked. Anyway, just don't touch it, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
he tries to put his fingers like in the crack that appeared in the door and try to pull it.
Do you want me
Evidently,
to
he's
do that?
not able to. That thing is stuck.
Do you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just step aside. I got this.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna just like sort of come in, avoid,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna actually see if there's like a counterweight. Like it may not be a brute force thing. It may be like a push pull leverage thing.
In this case, it's the door is stuck. The tunnel moved with time. You see it like as you approach it and look, you're like, oh yeah, okay, it moved. It moved. Like you've done enough renovations in your life to go like, yeah, okay. So you figure there's a way that you can like try to lift it somewhat and then pull it.
Yeah.
If you activate potence, you wouldn't need a roll at all. Like you would need your rouse check to just will the blood, and then you'll be able to open the door, no problem.
I succeed that rouse check. I have a couple of dots in potence. So, but I'm gonna be very gentle with it. You know what I mean? I don't want to.
Yeah. No, it's just for you. For you, it's easy, and you realize for someone like of Andrade's shape, it would have probably taken him a while, if at all possible.
I don't try to do it in a way that's showy or to like make him feel bad, but I try to make it look like it was finesse. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, there's like a
Not to hurt his ego,
Yes,
And
there's no need.
We're gonna go to break, but first, I'm going to change the roll 20 because as you open the door, this is what you see.
Hey, I have a question.
Huh? I will describe it after break, folks. Don't worry.
Weird. What's chat?
So just so you know, by the way, it's not like you open the door and you're immediately there. You're gonna come through the staircase. Like you're gonna have to walk a little bit, because then you'll see the like other tunnel, right? The one that Andrade used to take to just come in the front entrance, and then stairs that lead down to this room.
I don't think chat's seeing what I'm seeing. What?
No, chat is not seeing it, but we'll describe it, and I'll put it on Legend Keeper, and then I'll link it so everyone can know. But we'll be right back, everyone. I clicked too soon. I'm sorry if I cut the intro. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Sorry, I misclicked. We're back. So for everyone following in chat, if you want to get the link to the Legend Keeper, I just put it up. And you want to go look under locations in Hochelaga.
Let's see. Montreal, Hochelaga.
And you will see a
Hetty
place called Hetty's Sanctum. This is what Trooper saw on Roll20. So I'm going to describe it. As you enter the sanctum, the first thing that strikes you is the giant font of blood in the center of the room. Let's start with that.
Mm-hmm.
On a circular dais, surrounded by long snuffed out candles, is this giant demi-sphere of stone with three like notch in it from which blood slowly trickles down, because as you can see, it is full almost to the brim with blood. Looking over this bloodbath, literally, are these three gargoyles that look somewhat like dragons perched like vultures. And they, all three of them, stare at what would be the center of the pool. The pool, just so you know, is about 8 feet wide. like in
8 feet wide.
8 feet
Okay.
of diameter. It's a big bath. It's a big jacuzzi. But other than that, in the room, there is, well, practically all of the walls are covered in alcoves. Like, well, you said it during break, like an ossuary. Many of which have been emptied out. Things have been laid there instead. In many cases, books, as if this place was just a bookshelf. But in other places, some esoteric objects like a voodoo doll or a small totem made of bones, wind chimes, and in one of them there's like a small drum, which you
I recognize it?
don't dare think about what is the skin or where it came from on that drum.
Oh, I'm Humanity 3. That's fine.
You might like it. There's also a table in complete disarray with broken chemistry set. We'll call it an alchemy set because it's probably dating back to a time where chemistry wasn't a thing, but alchemy was. Priceless. It belongs in a museum. It's utterly smashed to pieces. The table still has like stained pieces of paper that have long probably fused with the grain of the wood on that table. Table itself looks exquisite and expensive, especially for someone who knows carpentry and ergo a bit of woodworking. The entire exterior of the table, all around it, has been like carved little motif. Nothing vampiric, it's just like some abstract motif that was carved into it. The top of the table is just this one massive piece of wood. The legs are equally massive. They could easily take someone out in a blow.
What kind of wood?
I think it might be oak. It's hard to say because with everything smashed and destroyed upon it, it's been stained in a lot of different colors. But it looks like an
maybe not
oak
intentionally always, you know.
Yeah. No. But it looks like an oak table, and it also looks like it's a good 400 years.
Yeah.
Style-wise, it fits a lot like 1600 France.
Okay.
Or what you would see like that a pirate captain would have in their quarters on a ship in like recent movies.
Yeah.
The same type of exaggerated, decorated thing. There are a lot of little piles of bones scattered throughout the room. You surmise it's probably what was in the alcoves before, but they are laid out in neat little piles. Like one of them is just femurs, the other one's just skulls, the other one's just chests, rib cages, and there are massive grates also that serve as drain. But outside of this image that you see, if you were to go to the right of the image a bit more, there is another room, but it's been closed off by a heavy, thick curtain that's been drawn. You can't see that side. And the south of, so the bottom of the image, kind of hard to see because there's not a whole lot, right, to see, but it's imagine a life-size pachinko machine. Is it pachinko? No, the peg. It's the pegs. Sorry, like a peg game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not a pachinko. My bad. Words. But they're all metal spikes, browned with like blood that's never been clean. It reminds you almost of a rack, like stretch people on, maybe, or just hang them. You know, you just want to hang someone up. You could also do that.
Or anything, really. Hang anything. I would just say, is this her sanctum? It's the right place?
Antonio will say, yeah, it's a bit less homely now, but yes.
Nothing's changed?
He looks around. I think they used to cover that wall, and he points to the one with the spikes. I don't recall seeing the spikes there. But
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, that's our place.
Huh. Before we step in, I say, so how was she able to be here in a Sabbat city if she weren't Sabbat?
He's going to answer that, but the camera's going to cut to the other group first. Hello, other group. Lori, earlier you rolled a 2. And so you follow the railroad, which eventually leads to like a service tunnel, I guess I could call it that. Even the other side, so the other end of the road hasn't been, well, it's been half dug out, but it looks like it collapsed in on itself and it caved in, covered everything, just leaving this other tunnel on the side to go. You see the railroad tracks go under the rubble. To where, not quite sure. The tunnel itself, though, the service tunnel, when you just poke your head in, you hear rushing water. Not a giant wow. Not a huge
Sound.
flow. Yeah, flow is the word I was going for. Not a huge flow. We're not talking like a waterfall or a river, but loud enough that, you know, it's not just a trickle. It's not just a tiny stream. Seeing the collapsed passage, Aaron is actually going to speak up and say, yeah, the old man told me about something like that. For what it's worth, we're on the right track.
I'll give you a
Good point.
free for that pun.
Oh, yeah, sure. I don't intend to become a stand-up comedian, but that was caused by one of us. I don't know the details. Yuma could probably tell you about it, but
Define. Could you be a more slight
kindred.
clarification on us?
Kindred.
I understand kindred, but is it kindred that is in us, or is it the kindred that's not in us, or is it the kindred that we should be concerned about, or a kindred that we can, probably is dead and crushed under all the rubble? These are important clarification questions.
You're gonna have to ask Yuma. What I know is that the collapse was caused by some feud between a bunch of kindred. It's just there were roughly, I think he said like 40 people, 40 kind in there, maybe something like that. I'm not quite certain. Anyway, it was on the news and all that, and it caused to some extent what we would call today a masquerade breach, right? One of the few that would eventually lead to the Night of Ashes.
Somebody decided to try and use kind to cause somebody else trouble.
I think they were trying to dynamite someone's haven.
Yeah. And then shit goes sideways. Trust me, I remember that. You know that the U.S. Postal Service has its own investigative service, and it's older than the country, and they've got really big guns. They also have like small tanks, and if you mess with the mail, which is a claim that you can easily make and doctor, all of a sudden they come in with their version of SWAT, and it can cause all sorts of trouble when, especially the person that's being spotted is one of us.
I would also like to add, they obviously weren't doing a very good job of it as they were recruiting kind. No union guy would let this shit go by. If you're at least going, huh?
I was gonna say, she looks back at the rest of the rails, like in back from where you come from, and she's like, I don't think any union guy would have done such a poor job.
That's my point. That's why if you're going to mess with the kind, at least get the union, because at least then you know it's done right. This is not done right.
Yeah, but from what I can see from Montreal's history of recent projects, capitalism hasn't been kind to the city.
Is it?
The Sabat made a dent in that as well, according to Yuma, anyway. I wasn't here, I don't know. Not
Yuma's
like
old
he
enough
would.
to see what this place used to be before the war. Anywho, let's keep
This
going.
way. And she'll guide you into that access tunnel, which eventually you notice on your left, it collapsed outward, and that's where that water sound came from. Flory, you would notice almost immediately the old brickwork of the aqueducts that you've seen before. Further down, your flashlights illuminate what appears to be a similar collapse of the service tunnel itself. Aaron curses. Shit. Oh, I didn't want to spend all night here.
So I take it somebody screwed up in the recent little while.
I don't know the other. Maybe it was supposed to be. It's just, if we had to go through the aqueducts instead, we wouldn't have gone up the. Oh, I hate this place. I hate underground. I hate sewers.
Do we need to double back?
Starts sniffing the air, a bit like what her sire does from time to time. And goes, well, there's a couple people that live in the aqueduct. It's not too far from here, but they would definitely know of another way. Yeah, I get the feeling that the information I was given kind of accurate, or it is the aqueduct, because I mean, it's. She pokes her head through the hole and she goes the same way. It's the same direction.
All right. Let's not fall in the water. I had to save one idiot from getting swept out into the river the other day. Let's not do that again.
Good to know. I know how to swim, just so you were aware.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what time it is?
Currently, not sleepy time yet.
Time not to be swimming. As I proceed forward.
She will lead you down the tunnel of the aqueduct, and at some point it begins to spread out into different smaller tunnels, and it's like a web.
Mm-hmm.
You know that gif of Gandalf lost in the Moria?
Yeah,
Mhm.
And that's kind of her face.
I have
after
no
a
memory of
while.
this place. Okay.
Yeah. And she shakes her head and goes, well, the Nos it is then.
Hold on a moment. We don't want to bother the nice Nos if we don't have to. This aqueduct tunnel is running parallel to the service tunnel, right?
Up to the, like, 5-prong fork that you find yourself.
Cool. When we get to the 5-prong fork, and that's the point at which the service tunnel is obviously branching, Florey's going to take the crowbar from her bag and break the brick
On...
from the aqueduct into the service tunnel.
Oh no, you are way past that by the time she gets lost.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we've been going parallel to it, right?
Yes, yes.
And she stops at the point where it has 5 branches. Florey's going to back up.
And you're in one.
Yeah. Florey's going to back up to the point where she, like 100 feet.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
50
I
feet.
see what you mean.
And we know the service tunnel has been running parallel to us until this point. Let's see if we'd have to. Because apparently these bricks are shitty.
It's takes you about like 2 hits to pry one of the brick loose. It is very much unsafe. But there is no service tunnel anymore. It
All right.
might have turned, like, at some point. She points at the hole you made, and she's like, I wouldn't have thought of that. Look, I know this Nosferatu. She's trustworthy. She's been here for a while. She knows the place. It's a detour. Do any of you feel tired?
Florey will check the clock on
So
her watch.
It's 1:30 a.m.
We have some time until daylight.
Okay. I don't know who day sleeps when, I have my own rhythm. I don't know about you.
Long reform.
Alright, come on. And she will take the leftmost. Not like she doesn't walk with an assured step into that fork. It's more like it's probably her best guess. But it proves to be the correct one, or at least after a few more detours. 45 minutes later, it's just a little bit past 2 a.m. where you reach Florey. You would recognize the aqueduct that you're in, the one that flows under Little Italy.
Ah! You'll get to meet your neighbors now, Artie. They're very nice.
Well, they're
Good to
still
know.
some ways up, but yeah. And brings you to this literal hole in the wall.
Is it the same one that Florey stopped at last time?
Yeah.
Okay. Then Florey will wait and then she'll knock on the edge of it.
I'm gonna try something. Hello! I'm not gonna do the voice tonight. It's gonna wreck me.
Okay.
That's fair.
That's
it's
fair.
a shame. Enzo's fun to do, but you hear a hello ring out from within the hole.
Hello again, neighbor. It is a pleasure to talk to you again.
And then a woman's voice goes, whatever you're selling, we're not interested.
I haven't done door-to-door sales since, well, that time I posed as an Avon woman to stab a person, but not here to stab anybody.
Don't care, don't want to hear about Jesus, you can go home.
Look to our gangrel.
Yeah, Erin is just shaking her head, and Lucci, it's me. And Lucci to reply, don't care, not interested. Go home. And then Zoe to go, Aaron! And running out of the hole is this very much adult man, wearing this like black newsboy hat and dirty. It's a dirty windbreaker jacket over a band t-shirt of some kind. You can barely see what it is. And he's got dirty patched jeans, and he just runs and like stops a few feet away from all of you, going, "Oh, friends.
Hello
Hi,
again.
Aaron. Enzo goes inside now."
Nice to meet you, Enzo.
And as he goes in, you hear him yell out, like, Lucci, they're good people. They said they were nice. And after much grumbling and groaning, she tells you that you can come in. It's not like I have a door.
But I won't cross your threshold without your permission.
Well, that's nice of you. You European?
Not technic. It's complicated. No and yes.
Okay, you're that old.
I'm not. Don't worry. I'm just Southern.
I can hear that in the voice. Welcome to Mikasa, I guess. And as I described last time to Lucky, this sort of sewer lair with what amounts to collected knickknacks and objects from a little bit everywhere to try to recreate a house, like the interior of a house, the best she can. But everything is mismatched, broken. The table itself is a steel drum with just like a piece of plywood just put over it. There's a one thing though that stands out is a gramophone. Not the word. That, while it doesn't look in the best condition, is probably the most well-kept, well-maintained thing here. And behind that gramophone, on the wall, kind of hidden by the horn a bit, is a poster of... it advertises an opera in Montreal with, as the prima donna, right? As the prima donna, Luciana Ricci.
The prima donna or the featured soloist.
As Luciana Ricci. The person on the poster looks like a strikingly beautiful blonde woman. The dates on the poster are in, I think it's
80s, if I remember.
Yeah, it's 1981 or something like that. But yeah, it's in early 80s. And she looks to be maybe 20s, probably. Like the type of person who's like this, almost like young prodigy, who should not have, by all accounts, been the featured solo for...
No, that's usually reserved for someone who is much older, time and grade within the opera circles.
And there is another poster that's like half hidden by a curtain, a very much moth-eaten curtain. But you can make out the word Cleopatra on it. Or Opatra.
Part of it, yeah.
Opatra. And again, like the layout of the poster looks kind of like the other one. But that one has been deliberately hidden. Otherwise, there's another room in the back. So when you come in, it would be to your right. It's got a couch and just a pile of dirty mattresses stacked on top of each other. 3 of them, making a like an Oreo sandwich if the cookies were yellow and the cream was brown.
Thank you for your hospitality and time.
Lori will dig into her bag and pull out a roll of duct tape. I apologize for not having anything better, but thank you for your hospitality.
Sticky paper. Gimme. Enzo sort of reaches out, takes it, and then starts rabidly looking at the entire room with this thirst in his eyes, and the duct tape. And for the reminder of the scene, Enzo is in the background, duct taping the shit out of everything that's broken. He's useful and he enjoys it. Lucci, whose voice I will not do either, but doesn't look anything like the lady in the poster. She is snow white of skin. Her eyes are just this pale gray that's almost pupilless. She has it's almost like a sac, like cancer around her throat, forming this sort of humongous double chin almost, but that makes it so that it looks like her head is fused to her neck.
We call
Her
that
hair-
a goyle.
Oh, okay.
Waiter.
Goiter,
Yeah.
if you want to be pronouncing it in English.
Thank you. It's a goiter. Her hair grows in patches and it's white and fragile. Her limbs are just a little, like, uncanny valley too long and too thin. Her hands hand in these long nails that would probably hurt a lot. She wears tattered skirts, one over the other, with a right now she has it's like a tank top, dirty, written girl power on it, with a cardigan over it. She's barefoot, and you notice that her toes end kind of like in claws almost.
Talons.
Like talons, yeah. But she doesn't have talons per se. It's just misshapen and always folded, always bent. Okay, what do you want?
Unfortunately, our guide seems to be lost. We were on our way away from here to try and get into the ruins underneath this city.
She turns to Aaron and goes, "You thought the old man's maps were probably still up to date or something." And she to explain that, I'll paraphrase it so I don't talk to myself, but
Yeah.
that, you know, she figured there was a maybe 75-25 chance that the Yuma was probably misremembering or wrong, but that, you know, he drilled it into her over time that, yeah, this was one of the way to get to the Montreal Underground. And apparently it's not. She begins to explain where you've been, what you've seen, and all that. And Lucci will reply that the haven in the service tunnel is actually recent and was made by a team of a pair of humans in tactical gear. It came down from essentially the Brothers of Charity, same entrance that you came down. And she says they did that about 2 months ago. Her and Enzo hid for a long while after that because they thought that, they were trying to smoke them out or something. But the man never came back.
There's been a furious amount of activity topside. And probably
So
because of the ignorance of those above, they have caused you a good amount of concern and displeasure. And for that, and my part in it, I apologize.
What do you mean your part in it?
I've been trying to get things policed upstairs, but due to my sire and her ambitions, which is part of the reason why I'm down here, things have been less than copacetic. A new power is trying to move into this place that was, nice.
Okay, you're not with the Ivory Tower.
No. The tower is... The tower is a diseased ostrich.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't know the two of you and I don't trust her.
It's fine. You probably will have opinions, but again, I like being honest. I'm actually not far from here. Essentially, your upstairs neighbor.
You, you know the black guy? Kindred from Nova Scotia.
We
Yes.
are acquainted. We had a falling out.
Final death?
No, he is just very set on a particular course of action that I don't necessarily agree with.
Well, any bad news you have about him, just don't say anything in front of
Oh. Okay.
He likes him. Which I don't understand how, but
Mr. Dixon has a way of making friends.
You know
Sorry.
Dixon.
Yes,
Oh,
Enzo.
Mister.
Do you remember, Enzo, when I came down to get Dixon a couple weeks ago? A week ago now? Sorry.
There were the
timeline.
women that was in the distance.
Yes, I tried to be polite.
Politeness is saying please and thank you.
Among other things.
But where's Dixon?
He had to go to work.
He is working on something where he's trying to reconnect with his ancestors.
Like family?
Yes.
Maybe.
Huh.
But he is also somebody who is very determined and while he is very good at making friends, and I see he has made a similar impression on you as he did me, he is very self-sufficient when he wants to be. But don't you worry, if anyone's a survivor like the two of you, it's him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, tell him he's always welcome.
I'll let him know next time I see him.
Alright. I'm gonna go fix the bedroom.
Sorry about that.
She
But-
says, wow. I gave you one rule.
Yeah, I'm kind of emotionally compromised. I apologize.
You look like someone who's emotionally empty.
And that's how you know he's emotionally compromised.
So you want to find that place that bad.
Want
It's-
is a very flexible term in this particular instance.
It's important in many different ways.
By the way, no one, because I said I paraphrased earlier, but Aaron never mentioned where you were going.
Yeah.
But we mentioned that we wanted that. So one of us mentioned that we already said he wants to get into the ruins.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure.
No. Or did I mishear that?
No, I mentioned they were headed to the ruins.
Okay, she would have surmised anyway, given
Mhm.
where you were going and all that, and who you're with. She'll explain to Aaron that she can take it from here if Aaron wants to go back outside because she hates Nosferatus. And that she would she can't bring you to the ruins, but she can bring you to someone who knows. And he's the least likely person, which is why he's still alive. But there's a
Catch.
there are 3 catches.
3. Only 3. That's great.
And you're probably aware of whites.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been
A problem.
yeah, we've avoided them, but the amount that I've seen is enormous.
High.
Yeah. The second is other folks, other licks going about the underground. And I do not know them, and I don't like what I don't know.
They're probably with the tower. People that moved in recently. They have their eyes set on making this place theirs.
I don't think the Camarilla is the type of people that would wear coats made out of faces.
Ah, that asshole.
Oh!
From what I've been told, this is closer to the prior tenants.
Yeah, more than likely. I
Or
keep
the
hearing about them.
ministry.
No. Faces are not their thing. Oh, well, at least not wearing.
And
Maybe if they took it off a dead body. If they needed to sneak into someplace, they get sneaky. I
Not
respect
with
their
the face
sneaky.
wearing.
the
They're not
last-
John Travolta.
Also a good movie, by the way.
Oh, I miscounted. That's 4.
That's 1 and 2.
Okay,
I-
so
Then 3 and 4. 3 is the local fauna has a mind of its own.
I'm not touching moose. Or squirrel, but definitely not moose.
It's 3 and 4 are related. Let's just say that they've organized. There are places that I can't even go anymore because even with the powers that my blood afford me, I can't tell them to leave me alone. Imagine rats the size of a Doberman.
yeah,
Oh, ROUSs!
no, that is a somebody's experiment has gotten loose. Which I was figuring would there'd be at least one of them from what I've heard. So that I'm not overly surprised about. I am just disappointed.
Lori will take the bag off that she's been wearing on her, like, since she handed over a roll of duct tape. She has another one. Always bring two. She's gonna put the bag down and take out the pieces of the rifle, not the sniper rifle, just the regular hunting rifle, and start assembling it.
Mm-hmm. The fourth one is I don't know if it's real or not, but might as well warn you. Enzo decided to be a scout a few weeks ago. He found something. But he says he found something.
What kind of something?
A shadow. Which could be anything.
No, that's real.
He says it's a
Trust
big shadow.
I've worked with someone like Enzo way back in the day. He's telling you the truth.
I haven't seen it. But if things are moving down here and things become dangerous, I figure I should tell you about it. Now,
I appreciate that.
I can help, but I'm not going to lead you
Do
to
it. Yeah.
Not doing things for free.
No, the city has a way of always extracting a price, and I also understand as being a good neighbor that one doesn't expect folks to just do stuff out of charity.
Yeah, you said, she looks at Flory. You said he's my neighbor, right?
Upstairs. Yeah. How hungry are the two of you?
I'm not thinking about food, I'm thinking about real estate. This place is a shithole.
Yes,
It's
it
my
is.
shithole, but it's a shithole anyway.
What are you looking for?
I want you to build me a place.
Okay.
You look like someone who has means.
All right.
I'll say this. You give me a place under your domain. I won't poach. I'll ask permission, like a good little tenant. But
Well,
I'll help you keep some undesirables out.
If I'm building you a place, you won't be poaching. You'll be part of the neighborhood. And we'll help each other keep the nasty bits out. Does that sound amenable?
She squints and looks at you for a few minutes, just looking at your face.
He doesn't lie.
Clothes. What is he, a neonate?
No.
I'm reformed.
Things don't... Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Okay,
means
do you
I was
remember,
the worst of the ones that were here, and I got tired of being evil.
I was going to go with the 12-step program thing. It's a little bit easier communication. But if you want to go with the I got tired of being evil, we should put that on a shirt.
I wouldn't say that what we are is anything good.
There's degrees.
Look, I'm not claiming goodness. I murdered people for a living.
And
no, I murder people for a living.
He's going to get Luciana not get too close, but get closer. Look her in the eye. I'm Zamichi. That means we are supposed to evolve. That is our impetus. And right now, the entirety of my clan is at an evolutionary dead fucking end. And they don't know it.
You're Zamish. Can you... Because you're right up in her face. Hope, can you give me... Manip insight.
Can I?
So,
Because I've been watching her from like the background, basically. Can I get a vibe check on her?
Yeah, I would say for a vibe check, go with let's say composure insight in this case.
Okay.
2.
2 successes. It's like a blink and you'll miss it moment. When she says you're Tsamish.
I'm not taking that.
Yeah.
You saw her eyes dart very quickly to the poster.
I'm
but
going
it's
to
like
be...
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, the thing is, I see that and I immediately know. I'm going to be honest with you. All I can do is give you a day and then you revert.
This is fucking bullshit.
The curse ain't fucking fair to you, and I know.
There were rumors that there once was a Zamish who could do it permanently. But I guess it's not you, or they're just rumors. So,
if there is one of mine, they're not on this continent.
I ain't traveling anymore. I'll take the apartment then.
I'll make sure it's done. You give me parameters for what you want. I'll see about putting in a couple of extra security amenities because things aren't necessarily going all peaceful like upstairs.
Enzo pokes his head out of the room and says,
Ask if we can get cable. I miss cable.
You can get cable, Enzo.
Yes.
And streaming. Ask for streaming.
Cable bundles are cheap right now.
Luciana says, I'll have things delivered. I don't keep track of boons like the tower does.
Neither do I, but I have a good memory.
I got something that's got a way better memory. And she bites into the palm of her hand. You're supposed to do the same. And she'll just shake your hand with the blood, and she's like, blood knows, blood will remember. Person you're looking for is the king of the sewers. Is that the title? Or it's Sewer King? Give me just a sec. It's the king of the sewers. And we're going to cut to...
Look, he could have gone with something a little bit more alliterative.
The skill check that you rolled for the vibe check.
Yeah. Which I did not fail.
Yeah, because you got your 2 successes, right? And instead of a bestial failure. She is young.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it in how, as much as she wants, and you've probably hung out with Nosferatu information brokers before. You've probably used them, or ShrekNet for that matter, before it fell.
Yeah, and as we established when I went to get Dixon. And as we established when we went to get Dixon, she's used to the Nosferatu who use the hobo rails and the hobo trails and all of those things. So she was attempting to communicate.
Yeah, in signs that she didn't get. But
Yeah.
that's kind of the thing, right? With the vibe check that you have, she is probably this close, you think, from being a caitiff? Because she lacks most of the training. Like, we know her clan because of the Bane. But it feels like she's missing... She's got the instinct of a Nosferatu, but she's missing the finesse. A Nos would have pumped Arthur of information, especially if he's honest and he doesn't seem to have anything that holds him back. And she would have gained more out of this. But it feels like that short-term goal is what she's more interested in. She doesn't have those sort of stereotypical reflexes that we would ascribe to Nosferatus. But she seems genuine. Just
Cool.
young.
Young and maybe not aware of certain traditions that Flory would thought that she would have known.
Well, that's it. Especially given that she didn't mention like the Ivory Tower as a good thing, or even the way she talked about it. She doesn't appear to be a member, which, you know, the Nosferatu is one of the founding clans, but again, you know, it's she's kind of a Nos equivalent to Dixon.
Yeah, she's in. Yeah. So Flory takes a note of this and just kind of puts in the back of her mind as she thinks to herself before we cut to Dixon, because I think this is a great line. It's like, every time I come to this fucking city, these vampires don't know what the fuck they're supposed to be doing. Who's teaching these kids anything?
And
Obviously, no one.
We cut to Andrade and Dixon, as Andrade says, this is where she would teach us about the things she knows.
Who?
Eddie.
No. Who is she teaching?
Like me. She asked me questions, but, you know, we exchanged Golconda, legends, or other things. It's been a while, though, but look, and he points to the ossuary, and she goes, you know, it's like a library here. I never borrowed anything. I didn't feel comfortable borrowing from the witches. Sorry, I didn't feel comfortable borrowing from your fire.
High Priestess is more accurate.
Oh, it meant something else here.
What? What did?
If you use terms like priest, it's very Sabbat. It's what they took a twisted sort of pleasure at desecrating the Holy Roman Catholic Church.
No. Yeah, that's not our... Anyway, this was where she... Yeah, so... How did she get to stay here if she weren't Sabbat? I don't get that.
She stayed in her haven.
Huh.
The Cardinal didn't really care particularly about who did what in the city, so long as you never got in his way. You attended whatever rituals he needed you to attend, and you weren't Amarilla. I mean, there weren't any anarchs either, but I guess Yuma was probably a proto-anarch back then. And Strathcona didn't really care about him.
So I suppose
And it's a good thing. The less he cared about you, the better it was.
Right. Sounds okay. Well, there might be some sort of clue as to where she went here.
As you say that, the cauldron bubbles.
No. Did you,
I saw it. Any points to you?
I'm going to ask a question.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to ask a question before I say anything.
Mhm.
Is this part of the tradition that I know at all? I didn't
Nope.
think so. My tradition usually involves a lot more drumming, some sacrifice and all of that, but usually dancing, drumming, chickens, etc.
No, this looks like some sort of medieval torture room.
Thing. Well, it must have some function that works. And he just points to it. What's it for?
I don't know. I can tell you that it mostly empty most of the time.
Most of the time. What about the last time you were here? What about the last time you were here?
Not filled to the brim like that.
Okay. Well,
And I
we're
can
gonna
assure
sniff
you,
it.
he gets very defensive, but I can assure you that no one knew of that. That tunnel we came in from. Swear.
Okay. I'm gonna sniff it. You know. I will also note that I do have Ancestors Vigilance still up.
Yes. That is Sense the Unseen.
More or less, yeah.
I just need to check something. What would that be?
I think there's just like
What's your blood potency?
the same as everybody else's, which I think is like a 2.
Okay. Can you roll just 6d10?
If you want me to, sure, but that's weird.
6d10, success is on a 6, right?
I'll just say mysterious roll. Weird, but okay, sure. I'll roll 6d10. Great. 4 successes on the mysterious roll. I'm just rolling 4 successes today. That's just what I'm gonna do.
It smells familiar.
What does it smell like?
Very familiar. And as you ponder this, you see within the cauldron, because of Ancestor's Vigilance, which is very apt at this moment, a clawed hand comes out with preternatural speed. And it's soon followed by another one, and then a head and a torso. Because you succeeded, I will let you know. I will describe something, but you get to do you get to go first, right? Let me just change the playlist. A blood-soaked white brings out of the cauldron. And you've got 4 successes, which is it's not a tall white. And it's very deformed, emaciated. The fingers more like giant nails than anything. The fangs, just a mess of like row upon row of teeth barely fit in the somewhat tiny mouth. The white has a button nose. Still piercing red eyes that aren't just because they're covered in blood. And despite it being completely naked, there's still a great collection of jewelry adorning its ears and neck. And with 4 successes, there is no doubt in your mind you have found the update. I have been waiting 5 fucking seasons. So what do you do?
I say, Hetty, I've come to find you. This is the appeal, right? That I believe I can get, that she will hear me.
Can you roll a luck die?
Yes. Because she called, and so, he's like, you called, I came. Look. He's not afraid of her,
No.
He is here because she called him. I rolled, I rolled a 4.
Yeah, it's a success failure is all I need. Unfazed. The white takes a swipe at you. I just need to switch my pages in here to get to my... There we go.
Pull up a different file right now.
Check something because you have it on your sheet.
I have stuff on my sheet.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Okay. So it's... no, because that's if... Can you still... Oh no, I'm just gonna use your dex, basically. I'm just gonna use your dex.
Or, okay.
Yeah, because you're not, I assume that Dixon is going to try to defend, but you're not going to try to wound her. Unfortunately,
That is correct.
the clock connects for a whopping, so -4, that's 2 plus 3, that is 5 superficial.
Okay.
As she knocks the, well, if you had wind in you, it would have been knocked out of you.
Okay.
now
for 5, I take all 5, yeah?
As far as I know, yes.
Is that... Because I thought that we take half of
superficial is
superficial?
divided in half, so it would be like 3. I'm sorry.
Because I don't know if it's 10 and then half.
No. She dealt 5 superficial damage, so you take...
Okay. 2, because I've got a leather jacket on.
Okay, cool.
That I stole from that guy that I robbed. That I mugged.
What do you do on your next turn? Now you're going to act at the same time as her. So you tell me what you want to do. I can tell you right now what she's going to do. Now that she struck you once, she's going to try to grab you by the... she's going for the throat. Grab.
Yeah. I'm going to try to restrain her. This is a grapple.
Okay, so it's going to be an opposed strength roll, strength and brawl.
Yeah. This is what I'm gonna do. I've not yet spent any of my XP, so I do not have my specialization in brawling just yet. In grappling, but I am going to surge, do the blood surge.
Mm-hmm. Difficulty 3.
I'm sorry. We have to pause. None of that thing I can do. It is in the rules that if any vampire ever takes physical damage,
check.
they have to make a frenzy check.
Yeah.
Lottie Dottie, anybody. And I have to make it at a -2, which I do not actually think I can pass this roll. So I'm going to try to resist frenzy. -2. Well, hold on. Fury Frenzy is provocation, physical provocation or harassment. That's a 2. I succeeded. I only got to roll 3 dice, but I did succeed, which is surprising because, again, I don't resist Fury Frenzy well at all. I will try to restrain her.
Okay. So
because,
please, strength.
I care.
Mm-hmm.
And I will do the rouse check
Yes.
to
Blood surge.
this is going to be 2 things. I am going to blood surge. I succeed. I'm going to activate prowess, which will increase my strength for that rouse check.
Yes, I just need to check something though. Can you do both I think you can do both. Now I'm mixing up with chapters rules.
We'll see. It adds your unarmed damage as well as 2 feats of strength, so I think that should work.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is because you've used the blood twice.
I
I
feel like they're different things, but
just want to check. No, go ahead. Go ahead, you can do it. And I'll BRB while you roll.
I succeeded on that rouse check as well. Okay. So it's going to be brawl plus strength. And I get to add, half of my... This is not for damage. This is just for... So it says, when activated, add the potence rating of the user to their unarmed damage value as well as 2 feats of strength and half their potence rating to their melee damage.
Grappling is a feat of strength.
Okay, well. I'm gonna do this right now. Brawl plus strength plus 3.
You can spend a willpower.
I can, and I get to
Because
reroll
that's a lot of
3.
dice.
It is
Yeah.
indeed a feat of strength.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and I got 3 successes. I will spend a willpower to reroll 3 of those.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
This is so
6.
5, 6. Yes, 6.
I had. Oh no! I forgot feat of strength for her. So give me just a second. Yep, you got her. As she goes for the throat, can you describe to me how you reverse the situation?
When she comes in, her arms come, and what I do is I sort of put my arm up to sort of block hers, and I spin her around so that I just my chest to her back, right? And then I've got her in like a in that lock, right? So that she, I've got my arms under hers, my hands clasped behind her neck, her head, so that she cannot reach me, and I'm hugging her, so that she cannot get out. so that I have sort of physical control of her body. And I say, listen, I'm here for you. And I'm going to, with control of her body, give her my wrist to drink blood from.
Oh, she's going to bite that down.
Yeah, but since I have her body, I can pull my arm out, but I'm going to give her my blood because I feel like she needs it.
It's going to hurt if you pull your...
I know.
Because it's not aggravated damage, but it is lethal damage. Antonio, for his part,
And I just say, I've got her.
Yeah, he looks around and sees one of the old torches. Long out, right? But he takes it's a nice, like, well worked. It's like wood with the bottom is like a fleur-de-lis in iron, and the top is like this nice thing, and he's just going to break it.
No, I've got her.
And that's going to be his action, but like he breaks it to make a stake with it. If you next turn, she is going to feed from your wrist. He is going to come in to stake. What do you do?
I'm going to turn my body so that he cannot stake her.
Okay.
And I'm going to break off the feeding after she gets basically one round of feeding on me.
Okay. Not gonna be very long. I need to find a thing. Oh, it is aggravated on a human.
Yeah.
So you're going to
I think
take...
Fangs do aggravated damage. I think Fangs do aggravated
mortal
damage.
and vampires. My bad.
Yeah.
You're going to take 1 aggravated damage as she bites down.
Yeah.
Your hunger goes up by 1. Her hunger goes down by 1. She is still going like feral, trying to keep biting. Antonio,
because he's like, she was in a pool of blood. If just any blood would help, then she would have had it already. So for him, he's like, she must need mine.
Antonio goes, "It's a white Dixon. We have to
No.
kill it."
No, this is Hetty, and he's like holding onto her. He's restraining her, but he's also protecting her, right? He is holding her safe within his arms.
On this new turn, she's going to attempt to free herself.
I thought she fed this turn, or a new turn.
Next turn.
Yeah.
We just finished the first turn.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless you wanted to, because you only put your wrist and then removed it. And spun your body around. I don't know if there's something else that you wanted to do.
Nope. No. Just paying attention to her to see if how she's responding.
Feral. Uncontrolled.
But she'll get better.
For his turn, Antonio is going to try to go around you while talking. She tries to free herself. I don't know what you want to do.
I'm going to continue to restrain her and try to talk her sense into her. I think
Then-
what he will do is he will sing to her one of the song that is sung during the ritual of rebirth. When you are reborn. He will
Can you
sing that to
roll-
her in her ear because he's got his
yeah.
mouth right by
Right
her
next
ear.
to her. So let's just okay. We'll do everything in order. Well, in order, like at the same time, but we'll I'll sequence them. So to begin, Antonio will say, "She's going to kill you."
No, she won't.
In torpor, she won't.
She can come out of this.
And that's all he can say in that amount of time. And again, he's going to try to go around you, and you keep moving.
Yeah.
Then we need to roll the opposed check.
Hey.
I needed. Oh, I have it.
Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't roll that. I didn't roll my extra dice for the rousing the blood at that last time. Oh well.
Well, roll
I didn't add
1d10
them.
right away, just in case, because it. Oh no, because you have to re-roll anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I didn't use them last time. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
So I should have rolled 2 more, but 7. It's a messy crit.
And can
And
you
I cannot get
roll-
out of that messy crit. It
Can you
doesn't.
roll- Huh?
I can't get out of the messy crit
No.
because they're both the 10s are on in the hunger dice.
We'll get to that. Can you just roll 2d10? 2 luck dice, basically.
D10. Okay. Hold on. All right. There. Success.
But you got a messy crit.
Yep.
So you spin around, you start singing, and she attempts to free herself. And you squeeze just a little too hard.
Yeah.
She's going to take all 7 of those damage. As you hear the bones of her ribcage just be crushed. Your mind's not there anyway. Your beast is like, fucking
Yeah.
kill it. Like, kill it.
Could I
Just-
offer a different interpretation of that?
Hmm?
That I would attack Antonio.
I will say no because you got your success. And I need to sequence it properly. You sing to her.
Yeah.
And it works. But in your I'm not gonna say rage, but in the heat of the
fury.
moment,
Yeah.
you do not see her eyes when there's like a brief flicker of hesitation. She went limp for half a second, but you just thought she might slip,
Yeah.
and you crushed her. I need to think, I think. Yeah. You hear like several ribs crack. But she's still there. And unfortunately, your attempt is thus nullified by what you did.
I'm gonna need to make a frenzy check.
Because of?
Fury Frenzy. Somebody that I love has been hurt, and I did it. And that will be a difficulty 3 Fury Frenzy. -2.
Mm-hmm. It's a
Difficulty
50-50.
I succeeded. I could only roll 2 dice, by the way. I was not able to succeed since I needed a 3 and I only rolled 2 dice. The only way I was able to succeed if I got a critical success, which I did.
Which you have.
There was no other way to do it.
Antonio on this next turn is going to say, Dixon, stop moving. And his voice carries a lot more than usual. I want to know what you're going to do before I say anything about Eddie, because it's kind of a toss-up between feed and escape, so it depends on how you move. The white will adapt, if you will.
I'm going to place my stake over her heart and say, Hetty, I'm going to hesitate. I'm going to say, Hetty, it's me. Sink. I'm back. And if she responds in a way that says that she is coming back, I will not stake her.
Okay.
If she does not, then I will, because I will not let Antonio stake her.
Can you roll 1 luck die? It's gonna be worse because of what Antonio's doing.
Success.
She stopped moving. Except I need you to make a roll for me.
Okay, what kind of a roll?
Intelligence plus resolve.
Okay. Any modifiers? No, right?
No, none. You're resisting something.
Okay.
You need more than 1
3.
success. He used Dominate on you.
Oh, no.
And he like shouted, you know, and tried to put himself in your field of view.
And I say, I say, I have this. Back off.
Puts his hands up. He keeps the stake in one hand, but like he puts them up, goes back a few steps, and he just says, Dixon, if she's not moving, we can think. Right now, chances are there's no thinking, right?
She's back. She's coming back.
For ceasing for like trashing about,
And I hum to her.
last like a few seconds. Can you make wits and occult with a
Yes.
you can add your specialty to it.
Do I get the bonus for the apocryphal texts?
Yes.
Okay. It's a +1, right?
Apocryphal text was shit, I thought I had them here.
I have it written.
No, I just need to control F it.
I gained 2 dice
There you go.
on related intelligence rolls. So no. No bonus. Okay. check that's for intelligence, not wits. Just the one.
Because in this instance, there's no time to think.
Messy crit.
It's
5
not
out
going
of
to
2.
count as a doesn't count as a messy crit. I can wave them away for skills that would not apply because it doesn't matter. In this case, it's just a realization that okay, special white here. Special white, she should not by any account be able to do anything but try to trash you.
Which is why he's been acting this way, because he knows that not only her, but some of the other ones have not been acting the way that people describe them as. So he does not believe
But
that she is like
you've read her
this
texts. You know enough about it that you know that even her had to restrain whites, even your sister,
Yeah.
in a way. And with those successes, you know that singing to her, at some point, it's not going to be enough.
I'm gonna stop working.
Like, you have to find a way to restrain her so that you can probably look for something that takes longer than 3 seconds.
Yeah. I will keep my back to Antonio.
Mhm.
And I will put the stake in, which is actually going towards my own heart because I'm holding her. And I say, I will bring you back.
When you close your hands on the stake to push it, her hand goes over yours and shoves it in. It's a little deep. You're going to take a point of damage because it goes through superficial, but like, you know, not halved, just flat out.
Yeah.
And we're gonna end on that. As she, just something to note, Trooper, so that I absolutely do not forget next time. When she goes limp from the staking, you're facing the table full of alchemical ingredient, the alchemical apparatus, right? Apparati. One of the page that's like almost like soaked through and like stuck to the table. I'll tap the wrong thing. The page that is stuck to the table. You'll see the first 3 words, and just remember that this thing exists. I have it in my note, but I just don't want to forget. It starts with "my dear child," and it is written in her handwriting. And you, basically, the note is Dixon knows there's she left a note for him.
Oh, it could have been for my sister, though. I mean, it could. You know, who knows?
You or your sister, either. Except one's already at the white, so you know. But that's where we're gonna stop tonight. I see theories in chat, and Krillin? You're not far from the truth. But that was tonight. That fight could have gone either way. The mechanic I had for her, by the way, was each round that you do not deal damage and you do not act in a forward aggressive way, you could have 1 extra luck die and it resets to 0 when you have nothing. So of course, I was like, statistically speaking, he's probably going to get hit once or twice and then go, fuck it. Or he's going to frenzy and tear his sire to pieces. But you, against all fucking odds, never frenzied. And that check anyway to know like about the singing and everything was on the third round. The third, the sixth, and then I figured the fight would not have lasted that long. You found Hetty.
It's not going to let somebody stake my sire. That's all.
I was just trying to help.
No. He was lucky. I'll just say, if he had staked her or attacked her, I would have needed another frenzy roll.
Yeah, you would have.
I would have. Yeah, that would have not gone well.
No. He didn't think about that.
I did. I was like, oh no, do not connect, because that will be another fury frenzy that will.
He would.
I don't know if I can make 3
to roll, because you're like, I figure you're the one in control, so you would not have let him easily. So it was still kind of a shot, but you know, he was going to try.
He should not have. It was good he didn't, because it would have gone really badly.
You scared the fuck out of him.
Good, because
also, she's been rubbing all over you. You are red head to toe.
It's fine.
It's a scene out of Queen of the Damned. It is literally the scene from Queen of the Damned.
Yep. I didn't mean it like that, kind of, but...
Now we just need Dixon to get involved in an emo rock band.
Oh, he's way too...
See? Cooper died.
Oh, it was so bad that disconnected. And let's be fair, if Dixon was going to be part of any sort of band, it would be folk music most likely, maybe with elements of bluegrass.
Welcome back, Trooper.
Oh. Wow,
that it was so upsetting. That made my internet unstable.
Yeah. All right. We've gone over, and as you can see, my throat is not liking it, so we'll just move on to outros right away. Let's do same orders we did the intros. Let's keep Arthur.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets. First business then pleasure. If you want to see more of this silly face, you get a number of opportunities throughout the week. Coming up Saturday, over on Valgrant's channel at 3 p.m. Eastern, we continue on with Mass Effect Myrmidon, where I get to be a pilot, and we're going to Novaria. And this is before Shepard does. So tune in for that. And then this Sunday, the 28th, over on Praxagora Thesmophoria, I get to wear this hat again. But this time from the ST seat, as we start our own Mass Effect journey with an amazing group of storytellers. Some far more chaotic than I was anticipating.
But drama-driven chaos.
Yes, but there's a lot of chaos. The Hanar pilot is the talkative one, because nearly the entire rest of the group decided charisma was their dump stat. So this one is going to have many troubles ahead. So you definitely want to tune in for that. That'll be 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll love to have you. Then be back here on Monday, because there are times when we are sharing a table, and as much as we enjoy playing, it is more enjoyable to, in the moment, just be another audience member. That was me tonight. 5 seasons, and before that, a incredibly beautiful collaborative process in coming up with these characters. Dixon has spent most of his unlife trying to find Hetty. Desperate for answers, crawling across God's green earth to try and find her. And tonight, finally, decades in the making, he finds her. And dice tell stories, folks, because that was the longest of long shots. What happened? And we got to see it. And I am just, I lack for words. I absolutely, Prax, I adore Flory as Arthur's partner in crime. It's nice to finally get to meet the neighbors with someone who has met them beforehand. We all love Enzo and Luciana, and I am interested to see where that story goes. But as much as I enjoy playing, I'm going to be honest here. The reason that my butt's going to be in the seat on Monday, I need to know what happens next.
Yeah, will you find the temple? You know what I mean? Like, that's a really
Screw
good
that.
question. What?
I need to know
that's
what
what I wanna
happens
know.
next with Dixon and Hetty. And I hope you will all be here with us to find out that next step, whether live, VOD, YouTube. The story's nothing without its audience. You're much a part of this as we are. Thank you all so much. Take care of yourselves and one another, and I hope to see you very soon.
Thank you for coming. Flory, you're next.
Oh, this was so much fun. So first off, hi everyone. I'm at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter, or Praxgorath as me before. You see me around here on Twitch, Prax the Bard over on Hive, Instagram, and Blue Sky. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, and I got to play Flory, who is definitely of the opinion that why did we bring the noob? Oh, well, okay. We can see how she does. Also, oh shit, this is the person that Yuma's probably gonna want me to smuggle out of this city. I could take her. It's like there's a bunch of things running through Flory's head the entire time. It's like evaluating Aaron. Oh wait, we're gonna meet the neighbors. Well, shit, I don't have a present. I've got duct tape. Their place looks like it could need some repairs. Have some duct tape. And then giving Enzo duct tape was the gift that just kept giving. I want you to understand this.
He having lived multiple years with broken furniture and everything and having to make do, a roll of duct tape is like a lifesaver.
It's like that was like something that she thought would be appropriate and be well received and people would enjoy. But it's also like, I wasn't planning on going to visit anybody, but I can't show up empty handed. What do I brought all the gear to go rob a place. I have duct tape. Like that was it. That was the thought process. I loved the negotiation of getting that basically Artie now has a duplex. There's the above ground side of the duplex and the underground side of the duplex. I can't wait to see how that all turns out. I am also here for every single moment of Dixon and Hetty drama, and then also Dixon and Antonio drama, because I am here for seeing what happens, because Dixon and Flory have been fighting about a lot of things, and some of these things are now becoming up or showing up, and I'm like, I want it duly noted that Flory never used any of her abilities on Dixon, but the guy Antonio did. I want that thrown out there.
I have a merit that allows me to ignore one social slight per scene so that I don't have to roll that frenzy, because I pinged it for that one, because that would have
I figured there will be some like aftermath that comes out of that, just a little one, just a little aftermath. It'll be interesting to see, but I'm also very interested to see what happens with the possibility, because we have to remember that Hetty isn't just a white, right? Like there's video footage of Hetty going poof So this is a full-on. This is a resurrection cauldron, y'all, and the undead that's coming out of it is not the undead that went into it. So I have concerns. I have many, many concerns. So many concerns.
No, are you referring to the video from True Witness?
Well,
it's a Nosferatu that got
Yeah,
that got
Nosferatu
dusted.
gets dusted, but we also have video footage
that
of
Hetty
Hetty
was
being
there.
there.
Yeah.
And then we have video footage of Hetty being there, and then the next thing we have is a giant explosion on the film.
Yeah.
So-
I'm just saying.
Yeah, the possibility is that
not
she might
one-
not have been dusted. I understand.
It could be more of a back the tank thing.
Yeah. But a back to tank would be also not so great because, we know what happens when the elders go into that bata torpo, that they become part of the land.
Though I
Instantly start getting fed.
mean, my comic book nerd is interjecting. This is a Lazarus pit, and we all know what happens when someone's coming out of a Lazarus pit.
There are
Thank you
many-
for
They're
saying
fine.
it.
There are many things. But we'll know next week.
Absolutely
We will find
fine.
that out next week. But yes, so you can find me over on my channel, and thank you again. It's always a pleasure to play across the table from you all, or watch the story unfold and enjoy every single minute. But you can find me over on my channel as a player. Hi, I'm going to be playing at this table that Pope's going to run. It will be great. And if you thought the Hanar pilot is a complicated issue, I would just like to say that the current makeup of our crew is going to have 2 different complicated species drama, interspecies drama that exists.
They have Krogans and Solarians?
Oh, yes. And I'm playing a Drell.
Oh.
On a ship with a Hanar. And then, of course, we have the token human.
Because you have to have one.
Doing what?
That you'll have to tune in on Sunday night at 8 p.m. to find out. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. And blood-covered Dixon.
Blood-covered Dixon. That sounds like a tasty ice cream treat. Would you like a blood-covered Dixon? Oh, I love those. I like creamsicles. I'm Trooper SJP, and I have been playing your Osebo defender, Dixon. And you can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern when we do part 2 of Prophet of Darkness, the second adventure of Sandman Map of Halal. And this is a kind of a journey down the yellow brick road, sort of weird Shakespearean turn when they have to overcome various challenges, including right now an army of the blind and 4 motorcycle riders of the apocalypse, which I'm sure will be fine for them. And you can find them there on my channel, Trooper SJP, at 7 p.m. Eastern on Friday.
I feel, Trooper, that you buried one small lead on that one.
What?
It's a musical.
Well, that's also a little true, because it does happen.
You don't want to be like those people that bury the lead on that one.
I suppose that's true. That's true. I don't know what they're gonna do. There are a lot of potential combats. They might be able to get out of it. Things are happening. Who knows? So let me see. I will say that I really enjoyed. I'm going to say Flory and Artie, but I don't know if it was Flory and Artie or if it was Prax and Pope nerding out about architecture hardcore. It was awesome, about railroad ties and widths and standardization and which, like where and when. Polyester. There was no vinyl, so that was good. But I mean, I'm saying there was just loveliness right there. I loved them sort of having their sort of, to see Artie continue his journey towards becoming the ruler of Montreal, whether he wants to or not. He is now expanding the people under his protection. his domain is getting more folks. I'm very excited to see how that turns out. The reluctant leader. That'll be very, very exciting. And to see Flory sort of being like incompetent, I got this, and like being prepared to clean up everybody's messes as she is. And also, of course, thank you, Simon, for being such a great storyteller who keeps secrets well. Very well indeed. And also has got great facial hair. And that's, I think, really the most important thing that we learned about all of this tonight. And that's me.
I'm just playing with it because it keeps me away from coughing and helps suppress because I'm doing something else. See? Hey everyone, it's me, Simon at Warning Demon. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to everyone who hung out in chat. Thank you for the subs, the follows, the everything. Thank you players for being here on a Monday night as we go over, and we're now Tuesday morning. You can find me again on Friday at Trooper SGP to continue the story of just me losing my sanity and I guess
You
Lindy
can't lose it
trying
as
to
fast
seduce
as
an interdimensional.
as Lindy's character. I mean, I just feel like you can't lose it as fast as Lindy's character has lost it. So I think you're fine.
No. We can do magic now. It's weird. Then next Saturday, Scion, the Godlings this week found themselves in a strange city called the Vale that changes configuration, and that's kind of weird. But they are being pursued by what is essentially the underworld cops, and it's not cool. But hey, they got free housing, and that's it. Oh yeah, the last tidbit of shilling. Again, like I've been playing since last week, our new Kickstarter is going to be out very soon, and if you're interested basically in playing the hybrid board game RPG version of pretty much what we're doing tonight, as this stream was conceived as sort of a prequel to prequel slash alternate to chapters, so if you wanted to see the Montreal of the canon Montreal of World of Darkness, you can check out that thing. The game is basically, the definitive edition is a reprint of everything with all the like errata included and all that. It adds an epilogue with a bunch of new chapters, and also you can buy instead the less expensive version that has the digital thing where everything is either on your phone, your tablet, or whatever, so you don't have to read tiny booklets. That's it for me. Let's see if we can raid someone real quick. But at midnight, I am not quite sure that we still have someone on my list. Yep. All right, well, we'll leave, and maybe next time. Have a good night, y'all.